Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome back. My name is Mike, and you are watching me work in the Unreal Engine version 5.2.1. This is one of my other university projects I have to do. It's a group game, and it's basically going to be a kind of modern take on Space Invaders. So at the moment, I've got a very, very basic grey box HUD. I need to figure out the camera perspective. But essentially, these grey panels left and right are going to be slightly more to the right hand side. And they're going to, where the grey sections are, that's going to be like pixel art. And then the main centerpiece is going to be the play area. So I have my other project open, which is one I made last year. For those of you that are following the streams, it was a first-person survival game. And the reason I've got that open on my other monitor is so I can just refresh, because I've been working in the Unity engine this year. I haven't forgotten things in Unreal, but the way both pieces of software work, they are quite different. So what I'm going to do, we essentially need 3 maps. One map is the main play area, which is this one. So I might try... Ooh. I don't really want to rename it. I'd rather just, because it's got this script file. I think I'll keep that as top-down map. I won't rename it. We're going to need 3 maps. So essentially, you would have the narrative art map. So basically, when the game loads, that will be the narrative sequence. I can show you some of the art if I've got it. Ooh. No. 1 second. Yeah, I can show you the art. So basically, I'm creating the stills in Photoshop, and the idea is it just kind of tells the story to the player. So this button won't be exported, that's just there as a placeholder for getting this framing right, composition of the sequence. So this would be exported. I'd have it as a nice fade in. Actually, the papyrus, I can actually export the papyrus alone, because that is going to be that's going to be the background. So bear with me 1 second. Where am I going to save that? Okay. Bear with me 1 second, guys. If I put that in UI, if I make a new folder and call it narrative, and then we'll call that as papyrus backdrop. Okay, because that papyrus is going to be the backdrop, because what I want to do when the game starts, I want the image to fade in after like a couple of like transition. So the papyrus background is always there. The image fades in, and then it looks all lush basically. So I'm going to close Photoshop, import, and then if I go to, so basically top down is going to be the main folder. So we have the maps, we have the UI, and that's the papyrus I just made. So we've got the HUD, I've got the main menu. Yeah, I haven't done anything there yet. Let's bring that up there. Okay, so what we're going to do, guys, we're going to make a new map. Oh, it's basically a level, but I call it map. Actually, I don't think I need to give it a prefix. I think I'll just keep it as I'll call it narrative. Okay, so here we go. We've got a black scene. Okay, there is nothing else in there. We go to top-down map. We've got that. Okay, so what we're going to do, we need to make a widget blueprint for the narrative. So under the top-down UI, I'm actually going to give that a color, green, so it stands out. So you know when we don't need to worry about these things here because we're not going to be using those. So we're going top-down. UI, I'm going to set to white. I don't know why, I just like having it as kind of just white. There we go. Perfect. So we've got the UI folder. So maps, narrative, the UI, and we're going to make a new widget blueprint, guys. And I use WBP for widget blueprint underscore narrative. Okay, so essentially, I'm just trying to think how this is going to work. Draw image. Yeah, okay. Alright. Sorry, I'm just going through in my head how I'm going to make this work. Okay, so we've got the widget blueprint. So first off, we're going to need to get a canvas. And then we go custom and put that as 1920 by 1080. Okay. We've got our canvas. Now what we need to do is go into here. Now you need to do something in here. I did this last year with the other project. There are a number of things I did because sometimes you get an outline on your images. So from texture group, user interface 2D, compression, no lossy compression. think that was it. Yeah, nearest. Yeah, so those settings, guys. If you get a border alongside your images, I had this for a number of UI elements I made last year. I basically go into the texture. I set the MIP-Gen settings to from texture group. On the compression settings, I say user interface 2D. No lossy compression. And then under the texture, the filter, you choose nearest. Okay. Right. Save that texture. Right. So now we need to add an image to the canvas panel. And oh, forgot we can do that. There we go. I'm going to rename that to backdrop. And then the anchor is going to be center. No. Size. If I do 0, 0. I think it was 0.5 actually. There we go. Sorry, it was on the alignment. 0.5, 0.5 on the alignment gets it dead center. Okay, so now what we do is the size we do to 1920 1080 because that's the size I made it in Photoshop. Okay, so there we have our backdrop for the narrative. Okay, so if I now go into the narrative blueprint, and if I just bring up my other project, I can just refresh my brain. So here's the code I have from the other project. So I'm just going to put that on the other screen. Okay. Okay, so all we're doing is what we're going to do. We're going to basically, it's going to be fairly straightforward. We're going to be setting the input mode to UI only, so we're only allowing the mouse click to essentially control the narrative sequence. So we get rid of event tick. In here, we're going to do set input mode UI only. Okay. And then, I love that. Look, smooth that, press Q, aligns it, looks lush. Okay, so the player controller, we're going to get player controller. It's that simple there. Okay, and then we're going to come off of here and we're going to set mouse cursor, set show, and plug that in there. We're going to move this down, and then we're going to just add a node to make this nice and tidy. There we go. So we show the mouse cursor. Okay, and then we're going to create a widget, and the widget is going to be the one we just made, which was narrative. And then we're going to add to, oopsie daisy, we're going to add to viewport. Okay, so now that that's done, compile, save. If I press play, it's going to take up, oh no, it does that one. Okay, so that is basically the narrative. So it's meant to kind of be like a papyrus type background. So that's the widget. So now what we need to do, we're going to have 5 slides. So how am I going to do this? I have the art is being worked on at the moment. It should be finished tonight, and I have 5 narrative slides. They're designed in Photoshop. They're basically 1920 1080 images. It's got a nice bit of text and a nice illustration. So those will basically be shown. Now the way that it's going to be done, it's kind of like we would have 5 images, and it would basically be toggle the visibility. That's how I was going to do it. So just trying to think. Event construct is when the menu is made. So if I bring up my widget blueprint on the other project, okay. So this is the level, and this is the thingy. We're going to also have a transition, and the animations for the transitions are done down here. Like you click the animations, and we can have like a fade in, fade out animation. So first off, we need a button. Let's get the button in place, shall we, guys? Button. Okay. I'll set the anchor. The size of it, I'm just going to change the color of it. Okay, the background color. Okay, so we're going to set the color just to maybe just like an orange. I don't like the outline on that. That's really annoying. Where is the outline coming from? Surely it's that. There we go. So it's basically on the normal. We have the outline. So I'm just going to set that. We'll just put that to black, it looks nicer. Okay, so, and then we need text. And we're going to put that on top of there. And we're going to call this, we could do like an arrow, but I'll just put next. Or actually I'll put continue. And then what we need to do is get the size. There we go. Size to content. So when I shrink the box, that text should that's annoying, isn't it? Font size. Text, where is my font size? Let's try 15. Welcome to the stream, guys. So this is just a temporary thing. It's a temporary button. It's not going to be the final look. I'm just grey boxing the I'm just grey boxing this at the moment, so it's functional. I'm going to put that as 6. Let's do 7. Okay. So we have our button. I'm going to call this continue. Okay. So we have our continue button. Now there's going to be 5 slides. So at the game start, this sequence is going to be made. What I need to do is go into the project settings, maps, default map. The game default map is going to be narrative. So if I come out of there, save, and if I was to open up my map for the game, which is this one, if I now press play, it will bring up the it should bring up the narrative. No, I think that's because of the editor. Okay, not a problem. Narrative, there we go. Close that, save that. Right, so we're in the main play area. We press play, the narrative comes up. No, still not doing it. Why is that not doing it? Default game map. Added to startup map. I think that is correct. I think it's because I'm actually in the area. It's just showing me that one. That's not a problem. Okay. So we press play. We're brought up. Okay, that's annoying. So I don't think I anchor. Right, let's try that again. Nope. Okay, backdrop center. Oh, the text box is anchored to all the way up there. Right, now it should work. There we go. Right, continue is there. Interesting. Right, that box. Hovered. Why is that? Oh, I see. It's because the text, when I'm on the box, it is working when I'm on the box, but for some reason, when the cursor goes over the words, I wonder why that is. There we go. I think it's because the text wasn't a child of the continue. So now that should work. Hey, there we go. Now it's working. Welcome to the stream, Matek. How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Now, what I need to do is I need to shift that across. There we go. Right, so that's working. Are you familiar with the Unreal Engine? Right, so at the moment, I'm literally doing the grey box menu, guys. So this is literally just going to be very simple. It's not going to be the final look. It's just to get a functional menu. So I don't have my art ready yet. It should be ready by this evening. I have 5 art stills, and the art stills will basically appear in the center. I'm just going to show you Matek because just so you can actually get a visual look of kind of what the art stills are going to be. So these are being designed in Photoshop. That's basically what the art slide's going to look like. So we have slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, slide 4, and then the 5th slide here. So the idea is we'll have a fade in, fade out transition for the image, and then after that the player will click continue, and then you'll go between the slides, and then on the 5th slide the text will change on the button to play. So what I now need to do is I need to basically have a mock-up kind of thing just as a placeholder until my art's ready. So I think the best way to do this as a temporary test is to add in the texts. So I'm going to anchor this to the center of the screen, and if I reset that and that, and the alignment needs to be 0.5, 0.5, and then if I put in the text of 1 size to content, and if I make the font quite large, So what we're going to be doing is just using this, because once I've literally got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I can then sort out the code, and then when my art's ready, I can just swap out the code for the images. So I'm going to duplicate this and name this as, we'll call that 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, copy that, name that's 3, 3, and then 4, 4, and then 5, 5. Okay, so you can see here we have all of our texts. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to turn those off. So if I was to press play, they should show up. Yeah. Okay. Just have a drink of my coffee. Oh, I love the Unreal Engine. It's so much more colourful and nicer to look at than Unity. You know, it's just, everything's just so luscious and just nice to look at. Okay, so what we're going to be doing here, we're going to be toggling the visibility. So by default, game start, we're going to have a fade in transition. So what I need to do, I need to open up my other project, because there's a widget I had. It was for player messages. Logs, log notice, okay. So, oh yeah, I remember, nice and easy. Very nice and easy. Right, this is quite easy to do. I just had to look at my other project for a refresh. Okay, so we have one of the images showing, okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to get up the animation, and we're going to make a new animation, and I'm going to call it FIFO. That stands for fade in, fade out. Actually, I'm just trying to think actually. We don't want it to fade out. I'm going to call it fade in. Okay, so then we're going to have a transition, and I think I'm going to make this probably 3 seconds. Okay, so what we do is on the animation we create a track, and I think we add in canvas panel slot. Oh, I need to rename these, that's going to confuse me. I'm going to call it PH1 for placeholder. If I go on the animation, there we go, PH1. Canvas panel slot. I think it would be the canvas panel slot I need, if I just have a look. Widget blueprint log notice. Okay, bear with me guys. PH2. Dude, I just renamed that. Why is that not? Why is that doing it as a lowercase? I just gave it a capitals. Okay. Right, so I think I should be able to drag that. No, okay. Right, so if I do the canvas panel slot, I don't think it needs to be the canvas panel slot. I think it just needs to be PH1. Yeah, just a text. There we go. Okay, so we're going to add track, and it's going to be render opacity. Okay, so basically, if I change that now, you can see it's just changing how visible it is. Okay, so by default it's at 1. We're going to have the game in 30 frames a second. Okay, so we're going to go across to 30 frames. We're going to add a keyframe there, and basically, so that's 30 frames. We'll go down to this one, and we basically set that to 0. Okay, so it's not going to do it. Okay, so so we've assigned the fade in to the number 1. So when the widget is drawn, so event construct is basically when it's drawn to screen, we'll need to set the visibility of all of these to off. I don't want a binding. PH1. Let me just get up my other project, guys. Oh. It's been a little while since I've done this. So we need to get these text boxes. Is variable. There we go. Is a variable. Is a variable. Is a variable. Is a variable. And is a variable. Okay, so by setting those as variables, we can now go in the graph and we've got them here. Okay, so you can see on screen here, PH1 to PH5, we have those as variables, and now they are showing up on the graph. So at the event construct, what we want to do is we want to get those variables and basically set the visibility. So I'm going to get the first. Oh, sorry. Get PH2, PH3, PH4, PH5. Okay, so we're getting all of those, and we're basically going to say toggle visibility, set visibility. Okay, and what that's going to do, guys, is at the game start, it's going to say hidden. That's annoying. That's better. Okay, so at game start, those little beauties should be hidden. So at the moment you can see it's a cluster. With this, they should now be hidden. Hey, there we go. Magic. Okay, so now what we want to do, we want to have it so when the button is pressed, so what we need to do, we need to go into our continue, and say on-clicked. Okay, so now we've got a function or an event for when the continue is clicked. So just trying to think the best way to do this. It's like when you, can we do step? The best way we want to do this is when we click continue, it will basically toggle, it will switch between the variables. There is a way of doing this. I've got a different menu. First off, let's just get the animation. So at the event construct, hide the other numbers, and then we want to play animation. So if I just go into my event graph, right, hold on. First person blueprint. I'm in my other project at the moment. I'm just trying to find the bear with me. Pickups, logs. Okay. Alright, so what we do is we get the target of pH1, and then we're going to say play animation. No. Okay, got you. Right, sorry. Play animation. The target is going to be interesting. Huh. Actually, the fade in I have, it's already got the PH1. So if I was to play the animation, it should automatically do that. Maybe that's why I'm not able to do a target. So let's see if it works. That was a bit quick. Oh, it's because I've got it set to 1 second. I thought I had it set to 3 seconds. Add track. PH1. Render opacity. Set the frames. 30 frames. So it's going to be 90. So 90 frames. Add a keyframe. Set that to 1. And then if I go down here, that should be 0. Okay. Now that should work. Compile, save, play. There we go. Magic. Nice and easy, guys. So the artwork will fade in. So basically, I might rename that to fade in underscore img1. So for image 1. Compile, save. And there we go, fade in for image 1. So when the widget is first drawn to screen, it's going to hide the other numbers, and then it's going to do the in animation. So it's going to play that animation. So it's kind of like what each time the button's clicked, I need it to basically toggle the visibility of it's like I need it to cycle through. Now on my settings menu on my other project, I had something set up that toggles between states. So give me 1 second, guys. Okay. So I need to have an integer. I need to have an integer and then a clamp and then yeah. Okay, right, I know what I need to do. Right, so we're going to add an integer. This is going to be called a slide index. It's going to be an integer. So event construct. Right, no, that's done. Okay, give me 1 second. There's a little bit. Right, so when we click the button, what is the... Right, there isn't a resolution index. Okay. Right, we're going to get the slide index. Okay. Now, what we're going to do, this is going to have a minus, what is that? Subtraction. Okay, so we want a plus. So we want a plus. Okay, and we're going to add 1 to the slide index. Okay. Each time we click, we're going to add 1. We're going to clamp the integer at... So by default, there's one slide that's already there. So we're going to need slide 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we need 4 clamped at 4. Max value, if I put 3, no, it would be 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that should be right. Okay. Right, so we set the slide, we get the slide index, each time it's clicked we add 1, we clamp it. So then we're going to set the slide index. And we plug that in there. Okay. Now what we need to do, we need to get a switch on int. And then we're going to be adding, I think it's, so we've got 1 pin, 2 pin, 3 pin, 4 pin. Okay. So set that and then get this again. Okay, so I hope you're following me, guys. So when we click, we get the slide index, we add 1, we clamp it to a max value of 4, we set the slide index to that, this information here, then we're going to be switching to something else each time we press 0. So this is basically what's going to happen when we click the continue button. So what we need to do is we're going to need to copy the set visibility. We're going to get this one and we're going to say hidden. That's the first thing we need to do. We need to hide the previous image each time. I'm just going to move that across. Alright, so the first thing is we hide the previous image and then we toggle the visibility but play the animation. So then we get PH2 and we will toggle the visibility of that next one. There we go. And then we need to play the animation. So what I will do, if I go to the designer, the animation, PH1. So if I copy that, can I copy that? Duplicate. So we're going to call this image 2, okay? And then here we are going to add ph2, copy, paste, delete. Okay. So now if we go into here, we're going to get the play animation, plug that in there, and then we're going to get the fade in image 2, and that will go in there, and we'll just move that. So that's what should be happening. So on game start, when the widget is first drawn, we hide all the other numbers apart from the one we want, and we play its animation. Then when the continue button is clicked, we switch between things. So we basically hide number 1, we toggle number 2 as visible, and then we play the animation. And that should be 3 seconds, yeah. So now it's the moment of truth, guys. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? Why is it not working? I think it's because of this. If I put that as 1, I think it's because it's not on here. I think that needs to go in there. I think it's because by default the default value of the integer is 0. I think that's why it wasn't working. Let's try it again. Hey! Yes, baby! There we go. Oh, it feels good. Feels good, guys. So do you see what happens there? So it wasn't working because I had the switch on int plugged into 0, and obviously the starting value of the slide index integer is 0. So when that code was working, it was going to number 1, and there wasn't anything plugged into number 1. So I just basically changed the chord on there. Oh, actually, start index 0. If I have that at 1. Actually, let me just do that. There we go, that's even better. Okay, so we have it functioning. Oh, I love it when you just get stuff working. It's so simple but so rewarding, guys. Okay, so now what I can do is I can essentially set this up so now the only thing is I'm going to have to undo the work. To be fair, it's not that bad. All I have to do is I've already got the animation set up. I just plug in the image, swap out. You can copy the settings, paste it onto a new thing that you've dropped in there. So to be honest, it's not that much work. I've just got to wait for my buddy to make a slight amendment to 2 or 3 art slides, and then I can drop in the art, and then it's going to be amazing. So this is basically the narrative art introduction. Right, this is exciting, guys. Let's just go ahead and finish the rest of the code off. So we're going to need to add an animation for image 345. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate. We're going to call this image 3, and we are going to add image 3. We're going to copy, we're going to paste. No, sorry, copy the render opacity. There we go. And then delete that one out. So that's text 3, fade in. We're going to do the same, we're going to duplicate. This is going to be image 4. We're going to 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to add the 4. We're going to copy the render opacity, paste that on there, clear out that. That is the 4th. Duplicate this. Call this 5. And yeah, all good. All good. 1 second. Right, so we're going to add the track for 5, copy the render opacity, paste that on there, delete that out. So now we have 5 separate fade-in animations for each text. Okay, so now that we've got that done, if I compile save, it's always good to frequently save, guys. Okay, so now we've got all of those up there, so it's going to be a bit of a big graph this, but this is literally for the narrative, so so I can basically just copy all of this. This is gonna get so big. Oh my god. Right, let's just copy this. I think it's best if we just kind of keep it like that, so it's kind of nice and neat. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be basically changing all of these. So this would be 2, 3, 3. So let's get 2 ph2, plug that into there, and then we get ph3, that goes in there, and then we get fade in 3. Magical. Let's straighten those up, and then we plug the second switch in like that, and we repeat the process. So we're now going to be slide 4. So same again, this is going to be 3, get 3, plug that in there, and then this is going to be 4 and 4. And then fade in image 4. Okay, and then height 3, right, so straighten those up, plug the switch into that one. A little bit annoying with the spaghetti lines going on there, but other than that, the code's really quite neat. And last of all, guys, we are going to get this one. So this is going to be... I don't know why this default pin's there. Actually, we should have another one. I'm going to remove that and add one. The reason I'm adding one is because that needs to be the code that will load the next game. Next map, sorry, or next level. Right, let's finish this one off. So we're going to be getting PH4, toggling the visibility of that. And then this is going to be 5 and 5. 5 and 5. Plug that in there. Okay, straighten those up. And then okay, so it looks good. It's just the spaghetti is quite annoying. I mean, one way we can make that a tiny bit less cluttered is just to bring stuff out here, but then it gets really long. So it's kind of like double-edged sword, double-edged blade. It's like how... Do you know what I mean? It just doesn't seem right just to have it stretched out all that way, but that's fairly nice. It's just a shame about that one. Okay. Right, so we have the 5th pin, which is going to do two things. It's going to change the text of continue to like enter game or something. So let's just test what we've done so far, guys. I'm really happy with that. Didn't take too long at all. Okay, so let's test it. So art slide 1, click continue. 2. Beautiful. Working like an angel. Okay, so now what we need to do when this actually, hold on a minute. I'm just wondering, it would make sense at this point to change the text, because 1, 2, 3, 4, and then when you click the 4th to go on to the 5th, that should at that stage be saying like main menu. Yeah. Okay. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be getting the continue, get continue, set text, set text. That's a string. Pink is string. String. To text string. And this is going to say I don't know, play game, main menu. Okay, that should work. Let's test. So image 1. Image 2. Watch the bottom right, guys. You're going to see that button. It should change to main menu. Why did that not change? Interesting. Oh, it's because I've 1, 2, 3, 4. It's clamped at 4. That's why. That's why it's not bringing up a blank. It's clamping it. Okay. That needs to be 5. Oh, not 54. Jesus. Let's do that again, shall we? Ah, look. That's weird. That's weird. Oh, we don't want tooltip text. We want to set the text. Is a variable. There we go. That's what I need. That's what I need. We're going to call this button text. Make that a variable. What a numpty. Get button text. Set text. There we go. Magic. It's that simple, guys. It's that simple. There we go. Now that should work. Oops. Need to compile, save. Here we go. If I just make that box a little bit bigger. It's like you want it to... What did I play around with before? Let's give it a go. It's still not that central. You can see it's slightly off. I think it was the padding. There we go. Now that should be central. Justification, have center, save. Right, let's test that. Oh. Hi Dad, just in development at the moment, can't really talk. Everything alright? Yeah. I'll give you a buzz later, mate. Alright, lots of love, bye. Okay, guys. Oh. Right, sorry. Let me do that again. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. It works. Lovely jubbly. That is the art stills done. And there it is. Very simple. So what we're going to do, we're going to just put these in comments. So we're going to say on start, hide all slides apart from the first. Initiate fade in transition. The first slide. We'll have green for start. Well, dude. There we go. And then this beautiful bit of code I've done is basically okay, right, we need to have a 5th node, but before I do that I need to make the next level. So if I go into narrative level blueprint, I think green for go was kind of like a nice colour for the start. So green for go, red for end, you know, red for stop. So right, so narrative, do that. Right, so then we need to do a new map, and this is going to be called main menu. Save that. Boom, there's the main menu. So main menu, narrative, top down. Come on, Mike, think, mate, think. Right, I need to go into the other project because on the main menu, I'm just getting up my main menu widget on the other project. So remove the widget, open level. Okay. Fairly straightforward now, guys. So at the moment we're in the main menu. If I go back to narrative, so we're in the narrative at the moment, and then we need to have it so when the 5th click is done, what this is going to do so we're going to remove from parent, we're going to open level by name, and the level by name is main menu. Yeah. And then we're going to set input mode game only. We're going to get player controller and set mouse cursor, set show mouse cursor to off. Okay. So the 5th click after main menu, the text changes from continue to main menu. That's basically going to close the narrative widget, and then it's going to open the main menu, and it's going to change the input mode. So this is the moment of truth. This is the make or the break. Thank you. Baby. That is how we do it. That is how we do it. That's basically the narrative done. What I'm actually tempted to do, I'm tempted to add in the first art slide, but the first two actually, because they're done. So let me just do that. This is that one, that one, that one, and this one. Okay, so one thing I wanted to do was to make sure I wanted the text placement to be consistent across slides. Nice. All of that text is aligned correctly. Save that. Hide, 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 and hide. Okay, so now what I can do, I can export these narrative. So this is going to be slide 1, slide 1. It's going to be slide 2. Save that, close that, import that, open that. I'll just notice something. No, it's alright. Okay. There we go. Right, so now that we've done that, what we can do is go into the animation of image 1. Oh, dude. Get rid of PH1. Go into the graph. Ah, sorry. I need to get rid of PH1. Oh, dude! Dude. Doody. I love it. Okay, so that is slide 1 done. So now if we drop in slide 2. Hey Thor, how you doing, bro? Welcome back to the stream. Thank you for joining. How are you this morning or this off? Oh my God, is that the time? I should say this evening. How are you, dude? Glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it. Oh right, okay. You must be like America based then. I have a friend in Argentina, and yeah, I think he's 5 or 6 hours behind me. Okay, I think that bit is set up for the art I've got at the moment. Hide slide 1, show slide 2, play the animation for slide 2. Animation for slide 2, slide 2. So I'm doing some work on my group project. This is the Space Invaders game. I'm the designer, so I can do blueprints. So I'm basically at the moment I'm just greyboxing the narrative. So the way our game is going to go from the game start, you basically will have kind of like an art sequence telling the narrative. It's 5 art slides, and when the last slide is there, you then click a button. It takes you to main menu, and then in the main menu, you're going to be able to, new game settings, high scores, exit. So I'm basically getting the functionality of the UI in place. We have to do a demo on the 24th. We have to show the progress made so far with the game. So I'm just getting the core basics moved that will, the user navigates to be able to play the game. So I've already done this before in 2 other projects. So I've already kind of got the I've got it all there already, so I'm just going to just quickly sort something out. Page 2. Okay. So this should now work with the slides. So I'm waiting on my buddy to send across some amendments to the last few art stills that I need. 1, 2, 3, yeah. So at the moment I've got 2 completed art slides. So there's the first one. Oh, why's the second one not showing? Toggle visibility of slide 2. Yeah. You pillock. That's why it's not showing. It's at the top. Oh my God. That is why it's not showing, Mike. Come on, mate. Right. Why is it not? Is that because it's hidden at the moment? Why is... The slide is there. Why am I not... That is really weird. What is going on? Slide 2. Sorry, I think there's a bit of a glitch. Yeah, it is set to visible. Look, I can click here to toggle it on and off. One second. Oh, it's the opacity. Why was that set to 0? Why was it was the render opacity? That's really strange. Why was that by default set to 0? How strange. Okay, it should work now. So first slide. There we go. There we go. And then these are placeholders for the other 3 slides. I'm very happy with that progress. So, 4. I feel like I need to give you an easier name because your name is so long. Do you mind if I just call you 4? I will show you, because you missed the stream, I will show you the other art stills. So these are the other art stills. Here. It's just waiting on some art from the other person. But these are the slides. So when I've got the final bit of art for these, I can basically drop these in to replace the placeholder text there that you can see the numbers in the middle there. I had that in there just so I could see a visual representation of it actually working. So now that I've got that done, I'm going to put this in a nice comment box, and we're going to call this on clicking the button transitions between the art slides via the switch function. So on clicking the button, transitions between the art slides via the switch function. Okay, and I'm going to give this, what colour shall we give this one, guys? Nice orange. Nice. Oh, my name's Mike as well. Cool, dude. It is an awesome name. Yeah, my name's Mike. Okay. I won't forget that now. Whenever I see your long username, I'll remember that. Okay, so that is the narrative art sequence done, pending 3 stills that I need to swap out in the interface here. So now what I can do, if I just bring up, I made a flow. There we go. Okay, so this is what I've designed. Basically, what I need to do now is the top left one, which is the main menu UI. So the yellow represents the buttons, the blue represents something as a result of clicking that button. So right, so I need 3 buttons. New game, high scores, settings, quit game. New game, high scores. Okay, so I also have, oh, where is it? This was the kind of thing I was going for. So the idea is you click through the buttons on the left, and then the centerpiece is going to have like the display kind of like that. So so if I just temporarily place those buttons, kind of around that spacement, because obviously I've not designed the background. This is just a placeholder art, so I could see a visual representation of the layout. So what we need to do is, let me just check in the blueprint for the narrative. So we, on event begin play, for the narrative, we set the UI, we show the mouse cursor. Okay, so we need to have, for the map of the main menu, we need to have similar code here. But first we need to make the widget blueprint for the main menu. Just to get the buttons in there. So if I just temporarily do that, so UI, I need to check my sugars, guys. Bear with me. Oh, bear with me 1 second, dude. Oh my god, my sugars are sky high. Let me just pump some insulin, guys. 1 second. What do you mean, make the continue button invisible, but also the entire screen? I don't know what you mean by that, dude. Oh, shit. No, I didn't want that. I just wanted a button. Would you believe me if I told you it was snowing? It's actually snowing outside. In middle of February. Middle of February. Winter is so just... Oh. Why can't we have the snow at Christmas in the UK? Why does it always have to be like weird times of the year? Okay. Right. So we have the narrative UI functioning perfectly. I'm very happy with that. So what we now need to do is we need to create a widget for the main menu. So going off of here in my user interface folder, we're going to I think it makes sense to have the narrative in the narrative folder. Yeah. I'm just going to delete this widget for the... I'm just going to make it again. So user interface, widget blueprint, user widget, WBP for widget blueprint, main, menu. Bing bang bosh, Bob is your uncle. Save everything. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to open the main menu widget and we're going to do a canvas. Welcome to the stream, guys. I can see we've got a couple more people joined. So we're going to get canvas panel, drag that on there, and we go to custom. I always like doing 1920 1080. Not everyone has a bloody widescreen curved monitor. Right, so that's the canvas panel set up. So now what I need to do, just going by my plans, I need 4 buttons. So new game, high scores, settings, and quit. So I'm going to use some temporary placeholder images here to represent the layout where the art is going to be, so I get a visual kind of reference while I'm in the grey boxing stage. So we're going to just do image, and we're just going to move this to, I think it was like around, it's kind of like, it's basically meant to be a tombstone. This is meant to be a tombstone. So if I just set that to grey, about that size. Alright, now we need some buttons, guys. So new game, high score, settings, and quit. So on the palette, I'm going to call this PH for placeholder so I know what they are. Okay, so we're going to do a button, drag that on there, and this is going to be called new game. Okay, so we're going to make where is it? Color and opacity. No, it's not that one, it's the background color. Oh, you know what? I'll leave it with the shitty white outline. Okay, so that is the button. We will make that. I'm going to set the anchor to middle. Right, and then we're going to add some text, a text to that button. And this text is going to be new game. Fit to auto wrap text? No. Where was it? There was a... There was an option where you can kind of fit to box. Fit to... Auto wrap text. It's proper snowing outside. It's proper snowing. It's Christmas in February. Why am I struggling to see this? There is normally a box. I think it's the padding. This is really annoying. Let's just get the... There we go. That looks good actually. There we go. First button done. New game. Next up we need one for high scores. So I can basically copy that button and rename this one as high scores. Get the text, type in high scores. And then if I get that button, that is anchored to the center. So basically what I tend to do with this is I copy the position, paste that, copy the Y, paste that, and then I just literally adjust it. So now what I could do, which might be actually better, is I think it's normally like a box. Vertical box. There we go. So if I get that box, which is up the top there, if I set the anchor of that to middle, and then if I put new game, so if I basically grab that and put it in the vertical box, oh dear. And then with the box, size to content, you see that? So that box now has our buttons in, and the padding is where you space out I'm pretty sure that's where you can space out between the buttons. I remember there being a translation pivot, no. Ah, there we go. So you have to go, you have to click on the button, and then, for example, if I wanted space, I'll do that. So you see I've added some padding. You see that? So if I undo that, so if I did like 50, we can massively space apart the buttons. So that's quite lush. 25's good. Okay. This is going good, guys. Right, so next up we need a settings button, so I'm going to copy that, paste that, and this is going to be called settings. We're going to go into the text and put, not there, settings, and then on the padding, the bottom, we'll do 25 on the high scores. There we go. And then the last button is quit. I'm going to have to go out to the supermarket a little bit later, guys. I need to get my medicine. Right, 25 padding on the bottom. Boom. And there we have it. So essentially, if I just show you that, you should be able to see that, guys. This is a mock-up thing I put together for visualizing the UI design. So essentially, the grey box is going to be a tombstone. So you have to try and imagine that the grey box is a tombstone. Yeah, basically those are the buttons. So I kind of want the box to be around about there. So I think that's quite good. So obviously this whole background is going to be a nice medieval pixel art landscape type picture. And then if I go through my plans, yeah, basically this whole kind of centerpiece is going to be, yeah, very much very awesome. So there's another few windows I need to do in here. I need to do the high score one. The settings window is basically going to have, if I just show you guys, it's going to have this too. So it's going to have the controls as well as the system. So it takes a little bit of time to set up the system. I've already got it on another project, but it's there's quite a lot involved. The controls is fairly simple. The way these work, yeah, I'm just deciding whether I should have mouse input or keyboard for the menu navigation. But if I at least just get the new game and the kind of settings done, and quit actually, if I just get those two done, so new game takes you into the game, quit will quit the game. So let's get that set up, guys. So if I just bring this over here. Whew. Right, so new game. So similar to the widget blueprint for the narrative, where we have this section. Oh, 1 second. Right, we need to copy this. This code is for the menu. So if I go into this one, hold on, that's for the narrative. Right, we need to open up the map for the main menu. Open the level blueprint. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, that is annoying. Okay, not a problem. Right, save that. Let's open the narrative. Go into the level blueprint for the narrative and copy that code. And then go back to the main menu, level blueprint, paste that in there. Lovely jubbly. Okay, so on the event begin play, when the player's in the main menu, we're setting input mode UI only. We're showing the mouse cursor, and we're not going to be drawing the narrative, we're going to be drawing the main menu widget. And it's that simple, so let's just test that, guys. So, oh, what a pillock. I haven't set up the anchoring. What a numpty. Let me just set the anchors, guys. There we go. Okay. Perfect. This is a grey box UI, guys. It's not the final look. I know it looks shite, but its purpose is to get the functionality working. So if we open a narrative main level, we can just check the sequence. So we have the art, continue, next still, continue, slide 3, slide 4, slide 5. Click here, take us to the main menu. Excellent. Awesome sauce, guys. So now what we need to do, we need to add this code here to the on click for continue. So if I go into my main menu, we need to go into the graph and, oh actually, sorry, we select the button and then we scroll down to on clicked on the details panel. Yeah, we'll click that button and then we get the event for it. I'm going to get rid of this and move that out of the way. So now I can go into the narrative and we can basically just copy this. Okay. And what this is going to do is... Right, so the level is called top-down map. So, top-down map. Okay, nice and simple. Let's just get that pin. Beautiful, nice and clean. Okay, so on the main menu, if the player clicks new game, we get rid of the main menu widget and then we open the main game. We set the input mode to game only with the player controller and we hide the mouse cursor. So if I compile and save and just, we're in the narrative, so we can now test that button works. This is the fun bit. You do all the hard work of the programming and then you actually test it out, make sure it all works. It's really fun. We click through there, we go to the main menu, boom, here is the interface. If I click that button, straight into the game, baby! Yes, that's how we do it. This is the game at the moment. It's been grey boxed. I need to do some work on the panels and things. Again, just for the functionality. It's not how it's going to finally look. So that's fantastic. Really happy with that. Nice and simple bit of code there, guys. So let's just comment on that. It's always good to do comments, especially when you're in a group, so anyone else in the project knows what that code does. So I'm going to call this as clicking the new game button will take the player to the main game. That simple. And we're going to give it what colour? I like orange. Yellow's my favourite colour, and orange is kind of on the spectrum of yellow. So that's nice. Nice clean code. Nice tidy blueprints. We can straighten that up like that. Okay, so if we compile and save, always save your game, guys. You never know when it's going to crash. So I'm just going to add in something else, just so the background doesn't look as bland, basically. I'm going to give it a blue. And I'm going to set the anchor to the left. We're going to reset the position, set the size to 1920, 1080, and then we're going to set that as placeholder, and we're going to call this placeholder backdrop. There we go. And then we just adjust the anchor to the center. Boom, compile, save. What we're doing now, we're going to do the quit button. So again, you select the button on the hierarchy, you scroll down on the details pane, and you get the on clicked button. And there we go. We have the event for clicking on clicked. No, it's very simple. It just quits the game. One piece of code. The easiest piece of code. Quit game. Job done. Toodles noodles. I'm just going to copy that and just put that there, and then if I move that, the code's selected. So clicking quit. Hold on, I'm just checking my art. Quit. Yeah. Okay. Clicking the quit button or close the application. Boom. Let's shorten that. What I love about the grid is making things line up. You see how like you've got the grids outlined? I just love lining things up. It's really satisfying. People with OCD. Okay. Right, so we have 2 buttons done. Let's test. There we go, guys. It does, but it doesn't compile. So if you've done any changes to the code or anything, you have to click compile. So you can save the game, yeah, but you still need to click compile. So I tend to just, and like I say, if you see here, the compile and the save, the buttons are literally barely any distance apart. So I tend to just click both. Like I say, the control save, it only saves it doesn't compile. Sorry, let me just test this quickly, dude. So art sequence, and click new game. We go into there. Do that. Let's do that again, and we'll test the quit button. Nice and easy code, guys. Nice and easy. Right, so what do I need to do next? New game quit. The high scores. I'm not gonna put in the high scores yet because I haven't programmed the high scores yet. The way I've done the high scores on my other project, I can actually show you if you just give me 1 second. This is my other project. This is the game I made in my first trimester. And the high score, that's contact with enemies. This is to do with saving the game. Loads the game, retrieves the variables. That gets the position, health, score. I'm not having a save feature, but I'm having a high score feature in the game. So, yeah, here we go. So I used, made a custom event and made a BP save file for the high score. and then that's how the high score functionality works. If there isn't a save file at the start of game, then it makes one, and then it sets the best time from the high score variable in the save file, and then it sets the high score. This is what I need for my platformer, guys. I wanted to on the Unity game you guys have been watching on live streams. I wanted to have a footstep sound, so when the player moves, there's a bit of noise when they move. And this is the code for this game. And right. Where's the footsteps audio? Okay. Why did I come in here? I was looking for the high score, wasn't I? So it is this section here. It doesn't feel right to start putting in a high score yet when we've not even really got the enemies, the scores, anything else in the game at the moment. So I'm not going to worry about that. And then the controls, the settings menu, which was this one. Again, the music volume sound effects, that takes quite a while to set up. Like that system page, there's quite a lot that's involved in that. The controls, that is literally just GUI, so it's all done. It's all done within kind of Photoshop, and what I tend to do, I tend to design the graphics in Photoshop, and I do it all in 1920 1080, and it all kind of works really nicely, and that way you know the placement of everything, and using layers you can make sure that everything is perfectly positioned, so that when you go into the engine and you drop in the actual buttons that you click on, everything's just nice and aligned. So I think I'm going to leave that at the moment. So new game and quit. Settings can go in. I mean, I could do that now. All it would mean is when I'm designing the actual art, the buttons might need shifting around and moving around. Oh my god. Do you guys want to see that? Would you like to learn the settings? Drop a comment now and I will jump into it. It needs to be done. I shouldn't put it off. God. Drop a comment, guys. Do you want to see that? Okay. I'm just going to show you how complex it is. I'm just going to show you. Okay. This is the settings. You see that? This is the settings. This bit, this section here is for the music. This is for adjusting the sound effects. This is for adjusting resolution, graphics quality. And then this applies all the settings. And then this kind of loads it all. Okay. So it's quite complex. I've already done this. This is my other project, so I've already done this. Because it's already there, I could technically copy and paste it, but I don't want to do that. It'd be good for you guys to actually see it being done. So, okay. So if I just load that project back up again and go into the settings menu widget. Dude, am I in it? Oh. Okay, so as you can see, if we compare that to this, you can see the difference. This was my first game I made, so you can see it's like a scroll, okay? And you can see it's just got the buttons at the bottom there, okay? So essentially it's a single page with 2 buttons, whereas the design of this one, I wanted to combine the systems and controls on one kind of widget. So oh god, it's kind of like what needs to happen is by default you click settings, it brings up system, and then the idea is system button is highlighted, the controls one is slightly fade out, giving user feedback that that is the active menu that you're on. And then you would have these settings displayed. But then if you clicked on control, it would essentially hide all of those things, and then it would kind of grey out the systems button, because on the controls there isn't an apply button, there's just a kind of X. So the X is consistent between both screens, as that will kind of return you, it will basically minimize that menu. So I think I know how I would program that. So let's do it, guys. Welcome to the stream, guys. We've got a couple more viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Let's deep dive into it then, shall we? So I think I had that as a separate, sorry, if I just quickly go back in here to the main menu just to see. So we click settings. I think I did do a separate widget for the settings. So it's kind of like you still want to have, it's like you still want to have the other window open whilst you're on the graph, because you don't really want the other buttons. Maybe you could disable the new game high scores settings and quit whilst you're in the menu. That would make sense. Or maybe I could just do it all in one. Let's just go with it. So the vertical box, I'm going to call this main menu buttons. Main menu buttons. So we know that this, if I turn that on and off, that's literally controlling the main menus. So when settings is clicked, we're going to draw an image. So if I just temporarily, this is going to be a placeholder image, guys. I will swap this out with the final art. So we drag that onto the canvas panel, and we're going to call this settings. We'll call it PH for placeholder settings. Okay, and then we're going to if I just do, I don't know, 1920, 1080, and then if we shrink the X and then do the anchor reset position. No, that's not right. Anchor. Why is that? What am I doing? Reset the anchor. Okay. Anchor center. What is going on with the... Let's just get it to the rough size. I'm screwing around here. So roughly, it's kind of in line with the gravestone, going by my my screen. I tend to have my anchors set to the center. That's where I tend to have them. So if I now reset the position of that. Oh, sorry, I know what's going on. Sorry. Click that, reset that. Yeah, the top left corner moves it up there. It's kind of like the alignment. It's like the position of X and Y needs to be 0. It's really annoying. Is there a snap-in? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's better. There we go. I mean, that's roughly central. That will do, guys. Right, let's get the colour of this to just be, again, this is just a placeholder. Let's just have it something simple. just as a temporary placeholder. That's a bit of a sickly colour. That's like an olive green. Oh, that's nice. Okay. So this is going to be the placeholder for the settings. So what we're going to do, let's get the first bit of code started for this, guys. Now what I like to do, when I'm doing the UI and the buttons, I like to have them in the order they appear. So you see here, we've got new game, high score, settings, quit. I like to have them in that order on here. So obviously what I need to do is space this one apart, because this quit button is for the kind of final part of that. So settings. So I'm going to click on the settings and go down to on clicked. Now the first thing that needs to happen when the user clicks this. Oh, also, let me just go here. Right. We need to toggle this as at the game start. Sorry, when the widget's first drawn, we need to toggle this as invisible. Okay, because we only want this to show when a player clicks settings. So we go in here on event construct. So that's when the widget is built. We're going to get placeholder settings. We're going to get, and we're going to type visibility, and we're going to get. We're going to set the visibility. And we're going to say hidden. I'm going to label this green for like game. I like to have green as a colour to signify what happens at the very start. It just stands out. It's nice and clear. Okay. Right, so if I test that, guys. It's not there. See? So now, when settings is clicked, we're going to copy this. And we're going to toggle visible. And I'm just thinking it might be good to have it as a flip-flop. No, it's not, sorry, because I'm going to disable the buttons. I'm going to make the other buttons not clickable. I wonder if you can do it. I've not actually done that. I wonder if I can do that. Can you like disable a button? I've not actually done that before. If I, out of curiosity, if I click on settings, is enabled. Set whether this widget can be modified interactively. Interesting. So I'm assuming if I untag the is enabled, what that should do is make it so you can't click it, and we can test that. That'd be really, really good. Okay, so is enabled. Is enabled. I'm not going to plug that in to get it to work. I'm just curious. I need to actually label those as I'm gonna oh my god, I'm gonna give that button new game so it's clear, because as you can see we have new game, we have like the text boxes, then we have the other things, so it can all get a little bit, you need to make things clear when you're doing things. Okay, so now when we go into the chart, we can see here the variable is saying it's the button, so it's nice and clear. So the button settings. Okay, so when we click the buttons settings, when we click button settings, we toggle the thing. Okay, so let's do 2 tests here, guys. We're going to go through here, go to the main menu. So if I click that, it should show the box. Well, hey! So now what I want to do, I want to make these not clickable. So you can see here, when I'm hovering over it, it means it's interactable, yeah? So just as a test, if I leave that off so it's not enabled, let's see if that does what I think it's going to do. So it should disable it. Fuck yes! Oh my god! Yes! Ha ha ha! Baby! Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's great. Okay, I'm going to do the same for the other 3 because I think it's right that you kind of, like when you're in a menu, like there's going to be a button here to say like back. So, you know, it makes sense to have that. That's really cool. Okay, so let's do the same for those. Are you joking? That function was for a singular object. By having the blue one, I'm able to plug in multiple things like that. Okay, so alright, so when we click settings, we disable those. Test it. What is that emoji? Is that a crocodile or a snake? It looks like a snake, but more crocodile than a snake. Alright, so if we click settings. Oh, I didn't get the high score button. Silly. Silly Billy. Silly, silly Billy. They're a bit too clustered, aren't they? There we go. Everything's equally spaced apart. That looks better. This is what I mean about the OCD. PogChamp. What's PogChamp? Oh shit, I nearly knocked the coffee over. Okay. So let's try that now that we've put in the button for the high score. Click settings. Perfect. So the user can't click on these. Yeah? Okay, I'm happy with that. So settings. Okay guys, so let's go back to the designer. I hope you're enjoying the stream, guys, and maybe finding this useful if you're working Unreal. Yeah. Let's use to celebrate. Okay. I've not heard of PogChamp. I'll have to look into that. Okay, so now we need 2 buttons. We need to have... Oh no, sorry, we need 4 actually. Because what's going to happen... essentially, we're going to have system up here and controls up here. Apply will be on the bottom for systems, and then we'll have an X that is consistent for quitting. So let's do the X first. So PH settings, placeholder settings. If I move that one there, okay. So now we're going to I'm going to call this button back. Actually, I'm going to call it button back settings, because I'm going to need a button back for the high score. So if I call this as back, I'll call it back settings, and then in the text we'll just call it back. Okay. So now I can get this one and I can drag that off of that panel, so it's not tied into that box I placed. So now I can place this underneath, and we're going to move this. If I set the anchor to center, reset the position, and the alignment needs to be 0.5, 0.5, so it's dead center. Okay, so now what we can do is adjust the Y. Why is that? Oh. Why is that text looking iffy? That is really, what is going on? Is it the padding maybe? There we go. Perfect. Right, it needs some padding on the bottom, so if I do 5, Have you ever had it when you look at a word so many times that it then begins to not look like it's an actual word? I very rarely get that, but it's really weird. Like I'm looking at back and I'm like, that doesn't look spelt right. It's very rare, but yeah. Right, let's shift that up a little bit more. It's a bit too close to the bottom there. Oh, not the size. The position. So we'll place that round about there. Okay, so that is the back button settings. Okay, so button back settings. So what we want to do, that's going to be consistent whilst this is open. So what we need to do first, we only want that to be shown the same time that the settings menu is up. So in here we're going to get button back settings, get and set the visibility. Okay, so again up the top we're going to get the button back settings and plug that into here as well, so it's hidden. The only time it's clicked when the settings, so let's just test that works. So click settings, so you can see here it's hidden. I'm clicking where it should be and it's not doing anything. So we click settings, there it is. Yeah? So now, if I was to click back, dude, that emoji is killing me. It's killing me, dude. Alright, let's click exit there. So now what we need to do, we need to add the code for the back button itself. So that when that's clicked, it re-enables these four and toggles the visibility of this. Okay, so the button back settings, on clicked button settings, right? So, oh my god, button back settings. Sorry. There, scroll down, on clicked. Right, so this is all. Remember I was saying I like to have these sections ordered in list like this. So new game, high score, settings, quit. But the settings is going to have a few things here. So I need to kind of keep it on the same horizontal plane. So when the button for back under settings is clicked, we need to basically do the reverse here. Alright, so I'm going to copy that. Okay, so you see here we have the code. When you click settings, it shows the settings panel with the back button, and then it disables the main menu. So we need to basically do the complete opposite when the back button's clicked. So on here we're going to set the visibility to hidden, and then we're going to click enabled, and it should be that simple. Let's give it a go, guys. Do you see how much quicker I am in Unreal compared to Unity? I just find it so more intuitive, and it's very, it's just comes natural, you know. Right, so we click the settings. Ta-da! So if I click back now, it's going to re-enable this and close this. Hey, baby! Yes! Oh, that makes me happy. That makes me so happy. It's the little things in life, guys. It's the little things. Okay, so click quit. save. Right, so going back to the graph, we need to add a button for system. Okay. So we're now going to add in 2 more buttons. Now this is where 3 actually, systems, controls and apply. Alright, so I'm going to minimize that. I'm going to copy this and we're going to call this little beauty system. Button system. Okay. And then if we go onto the text, we're going to call it system. I'm not worried about the text being too close to the edge, guys. Remember, this is placeholder art. This is not the final stuff. It's meant to look rough. But it's meant to be functional. And that is like a finishing touch. So I am going to reset the position of that so it's center. I am going to move it up on the Y, and going by my design on my second monitor, I'm going to move it roughly, let's make it minus 390 for a nice equal number. Then we're going to move it across say, oh sorry, that's the size. Let's move it to round about there maybe. Let's do minus 240. Okay, so that is the systems button. We're then going to need button for controls. Oh, hey Link, thanks for following, dude. Right, so this is called controls. So we're going to the text and we're going to call this controls. It's getting a little bit squished in there. Oh god, it's a bit tight to the edge. So now we're going to click on the button. We're going to reset the position. And then what we can do is basically, to make this equally spaced apart, we know that I move that straight up and left. So up on the Y, negative on the X. So if I just basically copied that Y position and then did plus 240, it's going to be perfectly positioned. UEFN, I have no idea what that is, dude. Is that a different engine, or I'm not familiar with that term? Right, so if we do just 240 now. Do I use Unreal Engine Fortnite? No, I don't. I didn't know that was a thing. No, I don't. I just use the Unreal Engine. This is Unreal Engine 5.2.1. I know there's newer versions, but I'm studying video game design at university, and we have to use this version. We're not allowed to use any newer ones. So, yeah. Right, so we have our buttons, we have system, we have controls. I need to add a button for apply. So I'm going to copy the back button, and we're going to call this button apply, and change the text to apply. And then I'm going to reset the position there, so that's the same. And then I'm just going to shift it down so it's kind of round about there. That's nice, isn't it? If you can look past the colourful boxes, its functionality works. Okay, so we have it at the moment. So when we click settings, we bring up this. So essentially, when settings is clicked, we want to toggle the visibility of system controls, apply and back. Okay, I'm just going to note this down. System controls, apply and back. So now if I go into the code, at game start, we're going to need to hide those extra buttons. So placeholder settings, back, so we need to put in apply, plug that in there. So back, apply, so we need controls and system. So controls and system. Plug that in there, plug that in there. I hope you're enjoying the stream, guys, finding it useful. I'm just going to move this one here because that line's annoying me. There we go, that's a bit tidier. Okay, so UI to be hidden when widgets first drawn to screen. So now we need to when back button, right, PH settings. Okay, so this is where if I just copy those and bring those down here, so we can see we've got the PH settings and the button back settings. So if I remove those, I can move these here and let's plug them in. Do you see how much nicer the visual scripting on Unreal is compared to Unity? It's so much nicer visually, and the snapping, you see, like you just don't get that in Unity, and it's really, really annoying. Okay. Right, let's just test that, guys. So we click settings. Hold on a minute. What's going on? you pillock. I need to put it in here. Oh, Mike, come on, dude. Well, I did. That did actually need to go there, but I'd forgotten about this one. Not a problem. What a numpty. Perfect. Okay. Right, so now what we need to do, so by default, it makes sense for when the user clicks settings, it makes sense for it to by default have system. It just does. You click settings, you expect it to bring up a window showing you all of the audio, the visual settings. So I'm going to have that as default, and this control button will be, it will be visible, but it will be disabled. No, sorry, it won't. No, it won't. No, this one would be disabled because it's on system. Okay, so let's do that. So we need to disable system. So when you click button setting, we show everything. but we make button setting, no, hold on, system, buttons system, system, we make that disabled. Test that again. Settings, there we go. See, it's grayed out. So we know that we can click this one if we want. So that's exactly what I wanted. If I go back there, you see that? So then what we want to happen, if control is clicked, we're then going to have two bits of code. One that says if controls is clicked, you would basically disable that, re-enable that, and hide the apply. So let me just jot this down. Okay, so at the moment, that's great. So code, so click control will, first off, it's going to disable control button, enable system button, a hide apply button, or I'll say invisible, toggle visibility, apply button. And then we're going to have, hold on, I'm just trying to visualize this. So we click controls, hold on, let me just bring up your message, dude. Well, the buttons are doing that, dude. What I'm doing is I'm programming it so it does do that. The buttons hide the things. I mean, it's functional. It does work. There might be an easy way of doing it, but the way I'm doing it, it's clear in the code. It makes sense in my head, and it does work. Bear in mind, I'm not a programmer. I'm a designer, so this is just getting something working. If the programmers want to refine it, make it more efficient, they can go ahead. But the thing is, it works and functions. Oh yeah, no, I'm having that, dude. Basically, when you click on the controls, you will then have the back button or system. Because the controls isn't going to have anything. You're not going to be able to customize the controls. The controls is more how to play the game. If I show you, this is what I've designed. You see? So that back button is consistent between the system and controls. It's literally just there to show you how to play the game. What buttons do what, and that. So that's how this screen's working. I'm just jotting down the bits of code that I need to do next. So when we click control, we disable the control, we enable the system button, we hide the apply button. And then when you click system, it needs to enable control button, it needs to disable system button, and it needs to toggle visibility apply button. So there you go. You see that, guys? That's just what I've just jotted down, so I know what I need to do. So 2 buttons, we need to do those things. And then the apply button. Oh, the apply button, once I've done the once I've programmed all of the settings, then I can make the apply button do what it needs to do. So let's just program that code. Here we go. Is everyone enjoying the stream? Drop us a comment, guys. Let me know you're loving it. Okay, so when the button setting, that's correct. Back button settings, correct. Let's add in a click control. Have I got? I don't think I've got anything there. Click control. So scroll down here. So we select it on the hierarchy. We then go down to on clicked. So controls. And remember, this horizontal panel is all the settings. So it is the most complicated out of the UI by far. It's super complicated. Like, this is going to be huge. Remember I showed you the other project, guys. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. That is all going under the settings. All of this. It's a lot of code. But I love it. Code monkey. Okay. So, when we click the button control, we need to disable. So I'm just going to copy this, paste this there, get rid of that. Apply button. Get the apply button. Hide. Yes, hide. It's one. Now we need to disable the control button. Disable control button. And then enable the system button. System. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so when we click the buttons for control, we disable the controls and we enable the system. So basically, think of them as your internet browser tabs. When you click between the tabs, that's kind of what's going on here. I don't like how that's not in line, it's annoying me. There we go. Right, and then I'm just checking there. So disable the control button, enable the system button, toggle the visibility of the apply button to hidden. Perfect. So let's now repeat this for clicking system. Compile, save, go back, go to system on the hierarchy over here. We're going to scroll down on the details pane to on clicked, and then we're going to move this little bad boy up here. Okay, so we're going to repeat the same process. So what I can actually do is the exact same stuff here. I'm going to plug that in there, do that. And basically, just get rid of those. Right, so enable the control button. So get the control button. Oh, actually, to make it consistent with the top, let's just enable the control button. Enable the control button. Disable the system button. System button. And then toggle the visibility of button apply to show. Visible. Straighten those up. Why is that smaller? What's going on there? Oh, it's because the button, the text within the button's not as long as controls, maybe. Okay, that should, I believe that is going to function perfectly, guys. Shall we test it? Here we go. This is the fun bit. You do the code, then you test it. How have I been streaming for 3 hours, 13 minutes? Where does the time go when you're in engine? I'm not even joking. Oh, look at it, look at it. It's perfect. Okay, no it's not. No it's not, because when you click... Okay, I know what's happened. Do you see what's happened there? Let me just show you again. So if you click controls, and then back, great. But if you then click on settings again, they're both disabled. Alright, I'm just going to test that with the settings. So by default, it's like that. If I click back, it's still there, yeah? You see? Now I know the answer to this. I want to check if you guys have been paying attention. I know what the fix is. What do you think needs to happen? And I'll tell you if you're right. Do you know the fix? It's a test. I'll tell you. Right, so basically, if we click back here, it disables it. So what we need to do, we need to make sure, yes, when we click the back button, we need to add something in to say enable system. So it needs to kind of do a check to say, is, well, it's kind of like when you click back, by default, you want it to be set as it is by default. So each time you click settings, it'll bring up the system. Like, I don't think it would be good to kind of leave controls open. Like, I would like it to just be system by default. So what we're going to do, we're going to go onto the back button, which is... Oh, what's going on there? Where is my back button? Okay, so on here, because by default, the when you click settings, it shows them all. And by default, the back buttons, it is enabled, which was down here. So, so we disabled all of those. So yeah, we need to basically say when back button is pressed, we need to re-enable it. So even though it's not going to be visible to the user, under the curtains, so to speak, we're enabling it. So I'm going to, it was the system setting, wasn't it? System button. It was, wasn't it? Yeah, system. Okay, so we're basically making sure that it's going to be there, and that's the simple fix. Let's test it. Yeah, so do that. Click controls, click back. Oh! Interesting. Interesting. I wonder. Ah, it's because of this. That's why. Remember, by default, I've got it so. I made a flip flop. Oh, I know what to do. Hold on. Hold on. No, it's not that one, is it? Let me just show you. It's the controls button, guys. The controls button is the one that needs to be enabled, because by default, when we click settings, the system's disabled. It's the controls button. Silly Billy. Silly, silly Billy. Silly Billy. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Problem solved. Hey! Functionality. Yes. Fixed it. Perfect. Fucking emoji, dude. Oh my god. You're killing me. You're absolutely killing me with that emoji. Okay. I'm happy with that. So we've got functionality. So if I just very, very quickly, just for the purpose of showing what is on the controls, I'm just going to basically quickly whack in some text for that. Okay. So we're going to, if I just copy PH settings and call this placeholder controls. Okay. I'm going to copy the position of the X, copy the position of the Y, paste that there, and we're going to change the color to a little bit of a darker purple. And then we're going to shrink the size of the Y. And then we're going to move down on the Y. Shrink the X. If I put the Y to... Oh, let's just do that. That's actually pretty equal both sides. Perfect. Okay. So we have the controls. Is it a snake or is it a crocodile? Oh, cool. I can recommend Austin Stevens. If you like dragons, if you like snakes, check him out. He's on YouTube. Austin Stevens, Snake Master. The most amazing snake kind of documentary stuff you will ever see. It's fantastic. Really, really, really good. Really entertaining. Right, let me just quickly add in the controls. So we're going to... I'm just going to do a box. So if I do box, this is going to be a... Should I do it as vertical? I kind of want it to be a horizontal box. Can you not put that? Oh, you know what? I'm hold on. Horizontal box. Right, I'm going to make the size of that bigger. Basically, we want it wide enough so that's good. Okay, so horizontal box, and then we're going to get a text box. We're going to put the text in. Like I say, guys, this is all going to change. What I will probably do is do this kind of graphical side of it within Photoshop. So position, let's do that to the center. There we go. Right, and the text is going to be how to play. Ugh. That was wrong. I didn't want an editable text box. I just wanted text. Horizontal box, text. There we go, that's better. How to play. Komodo hype. I love it. I think that's my favourite emoji I've seen to date. Fill. Okay. How to play. Now what we want to do is, so we've got a horizontal box. We want to add a vertical box. Vertical box. kind of want that to be below. So if I did padding, where's the padding? Padding. And then we need a horizontal box. So we've got the horizontal box that holds it all with that, and then we have a vertical box in there that should have the horizontal box. It's kind of like you want this one to have... Why am I wasting time? I'm just going to get rid of that. I don't know why I did that, to be honest. Right, text how to play. Let's move this down the bottom. Anchor, center, reset, 0.5, 0.5. Move it up. Wasted a bit of time doing that. I don't know why I did that. That was a bit silly, to be honest. Horizontal box. Let's move that down there. Get rid of that nonsense. Horizontal box. Where are you? You're at the top there. So set the anchor to center. Reset, alignment 0.5, 0.5. Horizontal box. Move left. Auto fill. Why is that? There we go. Oh, Mike, come on, dude. Needs to be a vertical box, mate. Come on. Dude. Dude. There we go. Oh my god, sorry guys. Okay, and now what we need to do, what's the padding? No padding. Is that? Okay. Next up we need primary attack. I'll save, I'll go copy that, Ugh! Jeez, what happened there? So this is going to be... Oh, dude. That has been a pain in the arse. I clearly am selecting the vertical box. Oh. Okay. Okay. That is the vertical box. Oh my god. Oh! Right, now we need to copy that vertical. Oh, God, dude. Copy. Dude, why did you put that in there? I don't want that connected. Right. Hold on, where's my other box gone? What? Dude. Seriously? I don't think Unreal likes me today. Okay. You've got to bear in mind that what I'm doing here, this is all, it's not going to be done this way. It's all going to be done in Photoshop. Is this just for display, testing the UI? Dude. Destroy for points, so just 4 different little blocks. So I wonder if I can I do another canvas just to group all of those together? Because it would be really handy, guys, if I set that canvas there, if I just grouped everything into this. Dude, seriously? What is that? Ah. There we go. Right, so if I get controls, and put that in there, why has that just disappeared? So now, you see when I switch between the scenes, I can call that and disable, I can hide the visibility of the canvas panel. Oh. Christ almighty, guys. Nearly 4 hours. Nearly 4 hours doing this. This is crazy. I didn't think it would take this long, but I feel like I've been quite fast and efficient in piecing this together. You got to give me a thumbs up for that. Okay, going back to here, I'm just going to add in a couple of colourful cubes. Nothing too fancy. We're going to make this 50 by 50, anchor to the centre, alignment 0.5, 0.5. Why are you all the way up there? That's because you've not been reset. There we go. And that does look like a rather tasty. Perfect. Okay, just going by the colours of what I've done. Let's just go for that one. Shift that across on the X. So basically these are going to be little stills of the enemies. That's what these are meant to represent. Ugh! Dude! What did I just do there? X to X. Y to Y. Okay. And then we'll just copy that. Look at that, guys. Thanks for the thumbs up, dude. Sorry, I haven't looked at the screen for about 4 minutes because I've been concentrating on this. Okay, so now that we have this, if I toggle that. Okay, so now what we'll do, we'll call this controls canvas and we'll say that is a variable, okay? Compile, save, and now on the section where we show on-clicked button, so set the visibility. So I get the controls canvas. And we hide the controls canvas. When the player clicks the controls button, oh, Okay, we need to have a positive visibility here. Controls canvas. Oh. Bearing in mind, this bit of code is going to be removed once I've actually designed the pixel art. Well, it will actually still have the same function because it needs to be removed, but let's see if it works. Are you ready, guys? Moment of truth. Oh, I can't click it because that other canvas is on top. Remember I set that canvas to 1920, 1080. It's obviously covering up those buttons. Interesting. 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 Actually, size to fit content. Why is that? What? Oh, for fuck's sake. What is this? Controls canvas. Right, so that's really annoying. I click size to content and it is size to content, but for some reason it's like that needs to, clicking that just screws that up, but it's a child of the canvas and the canvas is size, so it doesn't make sense that it's I mean, it's not a biggie. I mean, what I can do, I can just change, no, not that one. You can see the outline of the canvas. That is really annoying. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to click size to content. And then to be honest, why do I even have that? Do I even need that? Hold on. I could just get rid of that. It was more just a... Let's just get rid of that. Custom. Let's see if that works. I'm not sure. There we go. You got to bear in mind, guys, that the way I'm doing this at the moment for grey boxing, it's this bit here that you've just seen me doing. Oh, I need to hide it when I click the back button. Yeah, this section. Hold on 1 second. The purple does get hidden, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, like I say, this whole section here, the way that I've been putting all of these little things in, I know it's taken some time, but I'm not at the point yet of doing the final art, that how it actually looks. Like, this is all going to be done in Photoshop. All of these text boxes, everything, that's not how it's going to be. It's just going to be in one image. Just one nicely designed image in Photoshop. So it isn't going to be this complex when it gets to the final bit. It's just for the grey boxing. So what I need to do is, what was remaining? It was controls canvas. So the controls canvas on the graph, when that's correct, back buttons hidden, control canvas hidden. Let's test it, guys. See? All working. I'm really happy with that. I've got a smile on my face. We click new game, magic, we get in the game. We click quit and we quit the program. We go on settings. This will have the controls for changing system settings, and then the controls here are they're basically the controls. So it's just an image. It will be just an image, and then the apply button is only relevant for the system screen. I really like how I've done that. What do you guys think of that UI? Like, the high scores, obviously it doesn't feel right to add that at this point because we haven't got anything in the actual game yet set up to be generating the score. I don't want to start playing with that until that's kind of prepared. Nice. Glad you like it, dude. So, in terms of the UI, all I need to do is add in the system settings, high score, so yeah. So there's some things that I can't really do at the moment, like the pause menu I can do. The pause menu's easy. Pause the game. You get the main menu. You get the option to quit. So that is very, very easy to do. I've already got that in a separate thing. The defeat UI, that's when you die. Victory UI is when you win the game. Wave clear is when you clear a wave. So I could put in the pause menu. And then pause menu. Yeah. Okay. Right, guys, I need to go and get my meds from the shop and I need to eat. What have we done this session? We've done quite a hell of a lot. For 4 hours, 4 hours I've spent doing this. I really don't know how it's taken that long, but we have the narrative set up. So in here, I've got the narrative set up with the different art slides. That was, yeah, I'm very happy with how that functions. Really, really happy with myself. So I've got the art sequence done. Hopefully in a few hours' time I'll be able to get the other slides and drop those in. We have got the main menu pretty much fully functional. The only thing I need to do is the system settings, which it will probably take about an hour to do, maybe, because there's lots of different bits of code. One part of the system I can't do at this point is the sound, because I haven't put the sound effects in the game or the music, and the way those get set up, you have sound classes and sound class mixers. So, and there's also like a save function because we have the apply. And I set that up in my other project, and you have to have like a save file for like custom settings assigned by the player, so their preferred volume of sound effects music. And again, because I haven't got the assets in the game yet or assigned them to anything, it doesn't feel right to kind of add that in yet. I can put the sliders in that will control it, but I can't link those up until I've got the assets in game. So I can do the system page. The high scores I could potentially play around with. The pause menu, literally 20-minute job tops. So yeah. Well, this is like Mike. I'm going to call you Mike because you said about Mike earlier. This is the grey boxed user interface. So it's not meant to look pretty. It's meant to be functional. Then I will design all of the art in the next couple of weeks, and then put in some really nice, the finished touch kind of thing. But it functions, and that's the main thing. So I'm very happy with it. I am going to have to go. I've got to be up early tomorrow because I've got quite a big job on tomorrow. I did want to do some work on the platformer in Unity tonight. I just need to see how my time goes. Like I want to be in bed by like 10 o'clock, which is 3 hours for me, 3 hours time. So I'll see how it goes. I'll have a little break. I'll have something to eat. I would like to come back and finish off the systems, maybe putting the pause menu to this game so that you guys can see how that's done. It is quite not. I don't want to say complicated, but there's just a lot of code involved. And for those of you that might want to know how that's done, I think it'll be really good for you guys. So yeah, feel free to tune back in. Thank you so much for joining me, guys, and thanks chat for just keeping me company for these 4 hours. It's been, I don't know where the time's gone, but yeah, if you enjoyed the stream, guys, feel free to give us a follow. There will be more game dev streams in the coming weeks. I'm also going to be doing a 2D clicker game in Unity, and I've got quite a cool concept for that. So there's going to be lots of streams. So yeah, if you want to keep up to date, feel free to follow. I've also got a YouTube link in the panel below. I always post my game dev streams to my YouTube channel. So if anyone wants to watch them back, they're always there. So thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next stream. Take care.